Welcome in, fellow Potterheads. Tonight, beneath the starry ceiling of the Great Hall, we will be going over magical tales from the wizarding world to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of the wizarding world. Whether you're watching from California, Hogsmeade, or London, share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of witchcraft and wizardry as we begin tonight's magical tales. Chapter 1. The Magic of Bayou Magical Communities. Long before the modern wizarding world established its grand cities and formal institutions, magical communities flourished in the hidden corners of nature's most mysterious landscapes. Among these enchanted settlements, few possessed the unique character and profound connection to elemental magic found in the bayou communities of the American South. These magical enclaves, nestled deep within the cypress swamps and Spanish moss-draped waterways, developed their own distinctive traditions that would influence wizarding culture far beyond their misty borders. Imagine yourself drifting through the twilight waters of an ancient bayou, where the boundary between the magical and mundane worlds grows thin as morning mist. Here, in these mystical wetlands, wizard families have made their homes for centuries, their dwellings rising from the dark waters on stilts carved with protective runes, their windows glowing with the warm light of enchanted lanterns that never attract unwanted attention from passing muggles. The very air seems to hum with magic, thick and heavy like the humid atmosphere that cloaks these mysterious waterways in perpetual twilight. The Bayou magical communities emerged from a unique convergence of magical traditions brought by wizards from many different cultures. French magical families, fleeing persecution in the old country, found refuge in these remote wetlands during the 18th century. They brought with them ancient spells of concealment and protection, magic that had been passed down through generations of wizards who had learned to hide in plain sight. Spanish magical practitioners, with their deep understanding of elemental magic and their reverence for the natural world, contributed their own wisdom to these growing communities. African magical traditions, carried by enslaved wizards whose freedom was found in the hidden depths of the swamp, added powerful protective magic and healing arts that would become fundamental to Bayou magical culture. These diverse magical influences blended together like ingredients in a complex potion, creating something entirely new and remarkably powerful. The Bayou communities developed their own unique approach to magic, one that emphasized harmony with the natural world and the careful cultivation of relationships with the spirits and creatures that inhabited these mystical waterlands. Unlike the formal structured magic taught in established wizarding schools, Bayou magic was intuitive and deeply personal, passed down through family lines and learned through years of patient observation and practice. The architecture of Bayou magical communities reflects this deep connection to the natural world. Wizard homes in these settlements seem to grow organically from the landscape itself, their foundations extending deep into the murky waters, where protective spells guard against both magical and mundane threats. The buildings rise gracefully above the waterline, supported by cypress posts that have been treated with preservation charms to last for centuries. Wraparound porches, draped with Spanish moss that has been charmed to provide natural camouflage, offer spaces for contemplation and the practice of quiet magic. These porches serve as gathering places where community members share knowledge, tell stories, and work together on magical projects that benefit the entire settlement. The magical gardens of Bayou communities represent perhaps the most remarkable aspect of these unique settlements. Unlike traditional wizarding gardens with their neat rows of potion ingredients, Bayou magical gardens embrace the wild, untamed nature of the wetlands. Magical plants grow in carefully cultivated chaos, their roots intertwining beneath the dark water to create complex networks of magical energy. Moonflowers bloom only in starlight, their petals essential for certain divination spells practiced by Bayou seers. Ghost orchids, visible only to those with magical sight, provide ingredients for potions that allow communication with spirits of the swamp. Water lilies, enchanted to glow with soft bioluminescence, serve both practical and protective purposes, their light warning of approaching danger, while creating an otherworldly beauty that characterizes these magical communities. The practice of magic in Bayou communities differs significantly from that found in other wizarding settlements. Here, wands are often supplemented or even replaced by natural magical focuses crafted from materials found within the swamp itself. Cypress wood, naturally resistant to dark magic, forms the core of many Bayou magical implements. Spanish moss, when properly prepared with ancient charms, can store and channel magical energy for extended periods. The practitioners of Bayou magic understand that true power comes not from forcing one's will upon the natural world, but from learning to work in harmony with the forces that already exist within these mystical wetlands. Divination holds a particularly important place in Bayou magical culture. The misty, mysterious atmosphere of the swamps seems to thin the veil between present and future, making these communities natural centers for prophetic magic. Bayou seers use techniques unknown in other parts of the wizarding world, reading omens in the patterns of ripples on dark water, interpreting the calls of night birds, and finding meaning in the way morning mist rises from the cypress roots. These divination practices often prove remarkably accurate, leading to the Bayou communities developing a reputation throughout the magical world for their gifted prophets and wise women. The protection of Bayou magical communities relies on layers of sophisticated concealment magic that have evolved over centuries. Unlike the grand protective spells that guard places like Hogwarts, Bayou protection magic works by misdirection and misdirection, causing unwanted visitors to become lost in seemingly endless waterways that loop back upon themselves. Muggle explorers who venture too deep into these protected areas find themselves inexplicably turned around, emerging from the swamp with no memory of what they sought and no desire to return. These protections extend beyond simple concealment, incorporating wards against dark creatures and magical defenses that can repel even determined magical attacks. The social structure of Bayou magical communities tends to be more egalitarian than that found in many other wizarding settlements. Leadership often falls to council of elders who have demonstrated wisdom and magical skill rather than inherited authority. Decisions affecting the community are made through consensus, with every family having a voice in matters that concern their shared welfare. This democratic approach extends to magical education, where children learn from multiple teachers within the community, each adult contributing their particular area of expertise to the education of the next generation. Trade relationships between Bayou magical communities and the broader wizarding world have always been carefully managed. These communities produce magical ingredients and artifacts that are highly prized by potion makers and spell crafters throughout the magical world. Preserved cypress wood, properly aged Spanish moss, and various magical plants that grow only in the unique environment of the Bayou command high prices in places like Diagon Alley. However, Bayou communities are selective about their trading partners, preferring to work with wizards who understand and respect their traditional ways, rather than those who view them merely as suppliers of exotic magical materials. The festivals and celebrations of Bayou magical communities reflect their unique cultural heritage and deep connection to the natural world. The Midsummer Water Festival celebrates the height of the growing season, when magical plants reach their full potency and the spirits of the swamp are said to be most active. During this celebration, the entire community gathers on floating platforms decorated with bioluminescent plants, sharing traditional foods and participating in group magical workings that strengthen the protective spells surrounding their settlement. The Autumn Mist Festival marks the time when the veil between worlds grows thinnest, and skilled practitioners attempt their most ambitious divination work, while the community comes together to honor their ancestors and the spirits that watch over their watery domain. Music plays an essential role in Bayou magical culture, with traditional songs serving both as entertainment and as vehicles for magical practice. These musical traditions incorporate elements from all the cultures that contributed to Bayou society, creating a unique blend of melodies and rhythms that seem to resonate with the natural magic of the wetlands. Instruments crafted from cypress wood and tuned with magical precision can influence the mood of listeners, calm aggressive magical creatures, or even affect the weather patterns over the swamp. The teaching of these musical magical arts represents one of the most closely guarded secrets of Bayou communities, with the knowledge passed down only to those who demonstrate both musical talent and the wisdom to use such power responsibly. The legacy of Bayou magical communities extends far beyond their hidden settlements in the American South. Their unique approach to magic, emphasizing harmony with nature and the integration of diverse magical traditions, has influenced wizarding practices throughout the world. Magical naturalists study Bayou techniques for working with wild magical plants, while healers seek to understand the holistic approach to magical medicine developed in these communities. The diplomatic traditions of Bayou councils have provided models for peaceful resolution of conflicts between different magical communities, and their protective magic continues to be studied by those seeking to defend magical settlements from both mundane and magical threats. As you consider the remarkable achievements of these hidden magical communities, surrounded by the gentle sounds of night birds and the whisper of wind through Spanish moss, reflect on how they managed to preserve their unique culture while adapting to changing times. In the quiet darkness that now settles over our exploration of Bayou magic, what aspects of their harmonious relationship with the natural world might offer wisdom for magical communities facing the challenges of the modern wizarding world? Chapter 2. The development of self-adjusting telescopes. Ancient starlight whispers secrets across the vast expanse of night, each celestial body holding mysteries that have captivated wizarding astronomers for millennia. In the gentle darkness of this evening, let us explore the remarkable evolution of self-adjusting telescopes, magical instruments that revolutionized how wizards study the heavens and unlocked astronomical knowledge that continues to shape magical understanding today. The earliest magical telescopes were crude affairs, barely more sophisticated than their Muggle counterparts, requiring constant manual adjustment and offering limited magnification. Wizarding astronomers of the 15th century spent countless hours hunched over these primitive instruments, manually tracking celestial objects across the sky, while fighting against the natural tendency of their equipment to drift out of alignment. These early stargazers possessed remarkable dedication, recording their observations by wandlight in leather-bound journals that would later become treasured references for future generations of magical astronomers. The breakthrough that would eventually lead to self-adjusting telescopes came from an unlikely source, a young witch named Celestina Starweaver, who worked as an apprentice lens grinder in Diagon Alley during the early 16th century. Frustrated by the limitations of existing magical telescopes, Celestina began experimenting with embedding small tracking charms directly into the telescope's mounting mechanism. Her initial attempts were modest, creating telescopes that could maintain focus on a single star for perhaps an hour before requiring readjustment. However, her innovations caught the attention of master craftsmen who recognized the potential for more sophisticated applications of her basic concept. The development of truly self-adjusting telescopes required advances in multiple areas of magical knowledge. Charm work needed to become sophisticated enough to create spells that could operate continuously for extended periods without magical intervention. Transfiguration techniques had to evolve to allow the precise reshaping of telescope components in response to changing observational requirements. Most importantly, divination magic needed to be incorporated into the telescope's operation, allowing the instrument to anticipate the movements of celestial bodies and adjust accordingly before drift became noticeable to the observer. Master telescope maker Ptolemy Blackwood established his workshop in the hills outside Edinburgh during the mid-16th century, dedicating his career to perfecting the art of self-adjusting astronomical instruments. Blackwood's workshop became a center of innovation, attracting talented craftsmen and magical theorists from across Europe. Together, they developed the fundamental principles that would govern self-adjusting telescope design for centuries to come. Their breakthrough came with the realization that the telescope needed to be more than just a passive viewing instrument. It needed to become a magical entity capable of independent decision-making within carefully defined parameters. The first fully functional self-adjusting telescope emerged from Blackwood's workshop in 1587, a magnificent instrument crafted from blackened brass and fitted with lenses ground from crystal that had been exposed to starlight for 7 years. This telescope could track celestial objects across the entire night sky, automatically adjusting its focus and magnification to provide optimal viewing conditions for whatever the observer wished to study. More remarkably, it could predict the movements of planets and stars, positioning itself to observe significant astronomical events before they occurred. This predictive capability made it invaluable for magical astronomers who needed to precisely time spells and potions that drew power from specific celestial alignments. The magical mechanisms that enable self-adjusting telescopes represent some of the most sophisticated charm work ever achieved. The primary tracking system relies on a network of micro-enchantments embedded throughout the telescope's structure, each one responsive to subtle changes in magical fields generated by celestial bodies. These enchantments work in concert to create a three-dimensional map of the night sky that updates continuously, allowing the telescope to anticipate the movements of observed objects with remarkable precision. The focusing mechanism employs transfiguration magic that can reshape the telescope's lenses in real time, optimizing the instrument's performance for different types of astronomical observation. Perhaps the most remarkable feature of advanced self-adjusting telescopes is their ability to learn from their observations. Through carefully crafted memory charms integrated into their magical framework, these instruments develop increasingly sophisticated understanding of celestial patterns and astronomical phenomena. A telescope that has been in use for several decades becomes far more capable than when it was first created, its accumulated experience allowing it to make predictive adjustments that would be impossible for even the most skilled human astronomer to anticipate. The impact of self-adjusting telescopes on magical astronomy cannot be overstated. Before their development, astronomical observation was largely limited to recording the positions and movements of celestial bodies. With instruments capable of maintaining perfect tracking and focus throughout the night, wizarding astronomers could begin to study the detailed characteristics of stars, planets, and other celestial phenomena. This led to breakthrough discoveries about the magical properties of starlight, the influence of planetary alignments on spell effectiveness, and the existence of magical phenomena invisible to conventional observation methods. The study of lunar magic advanced dramatically with the introduction of self-adjusting telescopes capable of tracking the moon's complex movements with unprecedented precision. Astronomers discovered that the moon's magical influence varies not only with its phases, but also with its position relative to specific stars and constellations. This knowledge revolutionized the brewing of lunar-influenced potions and led to the development of new spells that could harness the moon's power more effectively. The precise timing made possible by self-adjusting telescopes allowed potion masters to identify optimal brewing windows that lasted only minutes, but produced dramatically enhanced results. The application of self-adjusting telescope technology extended beyond pure astronomical research into practical magical applications. Navigational instruments for magical transportation began incorporating telescope-derived tracking systems, allowing wizards to navigate by starlight with remarkable accuracy. The development of magical chronometers, synchronized to celestial movements, provided the precise timing needed for complex ritual magic. Agricultural magic benefited from telescopes that could predict optimal planting and harvesting times, based on subtle astronomical influences that affect magical plant growth. Professional astronomical institutions throughout the wizarding world established observatories equipped with the finest self-adjusting telescopes available. The Royal Observatory at Greenwich maintained a collection of these instruments that was considered among the finest in Europe, with each telescope specialized for different types of observation. Some focused on planetary studies, their mechanisms optimized for tracking the complex movements of Mars, Jupiter, and the other wandering stars. Others specialized in stellar observation, capable of resolving binary star systems and detecting the subtle color variations that indicate a star's magical properties. The creation of a truly exceptional self-adjusting telescope requires not only master craftsmanship, but also the collaboration of experts from multiple magical disciplines. Charm specialists design and implement the complex enchantments that govern the telescope's autonomous operation. Transfiguration masters develop the mechanisms that allow continuous adjustment of optical components. Divination experts contribute their knowledge of predictive magic, enabling the telescope to anticipate future astronomical events. Arithmancy scholars calculate the precise mathematical relationships that govern celestial movements, encoding this knowledge into the telescope's magical framework. The most prestigious telescopes incorporate exotic magical materials that enhance their capabilities beyond what conventional construction could achieve. Lenses ground from meteorite crystal provide enhanced sensitivity to magical emanations from distant stars. Mounting systems crafted from metal that has been exposed to specific planetary influences show improved tracking accuracy for those celestial bodies. The finest telescopes include components made from materials that exist only during certain astronomical events, such as mirror blanks cast during total solar eclipses, or focusing mechanisms assembled during rare planetary alignments. Maintenance of self-adjusting telescopes requires specialized knowledge and regular magical calibration. Over time, the complex enchantments that govern their operation can drift out of alignment, leading to gradual degradation in performance. Master telescope maintainers develop deep understanding of each instrument's unique characteristics, learning to detect subtle signs of magical fatigue before they affect observational accuracy. The most valuable telescopes receive regular maintenance from their original creators or their trained successors, ensuring that these remarkable instruments continue to function at peak performance for centuries. The influence of self-adjusting telescopes extended into magical education, transforming how young wizards learn astronomical magic. Before their development, astronomy students spent most of their time learning telescope operation rather than studying celestial phenomena. Self-adjusting instruments freed students to focus on understanding the magical implications of their observations rather than struggling with mechanical difficulties. This educational revolution produced generations of astronomers with deeper theoretical knowledge and more sophisticated understanding of astronomical magic. Contemporary self-adjusting telescopes represent the pinnacle of magical engineering, incorporating centuries of refinement and innovation. Modern instruments can operate autonomously for months, tracking hundreds of celestial objects simultaneously while maintaining detailed records of their observations. Some of the most advanced telescopes possess rudimentary artificial intelligence, capable of identifying significant astronomical events and alerting their operators to phenomena worthy of detailed study. These remarkable instruments continue to push the boundaries of magical knowledge, revealing secrets of the universe that remain hidden from conventional observation. The legacy of self-adjusting telescope development extends far beyond astronomy, influencing numerous other fields of magical technology. The tracking charms developed for astronomical use have been adapted for surveillance applications, allowing magical law enforcement to monitor suspicious activities with unprecedented precision. Navigation systems for magical vehicles incorporate telescope-derived positioning technology. Even magical timekeeping benefits from astronomical precision, with clocks that automatically adjust their rate based on celestial observations to maintain perfect accuracy across centuries of operation. As the night sky slowly turns overhead, revealing the same stars that inspired the creation of these remarkable instruments, consider the dedication of the craftsmen and scholars who transformed a simple viewing device into a sophisticated magical entity capable of independent thought and action. In the gentle starlight that bathes our world, what other everyday tools might be transformed through magical innovation to serve purposes their creators never imagined? Chapter 3. The ancient wizarding villages of Grenada. Caribbean waters shimmer with an ancient magic, that predates European arrival by thousands of years, their turquoise depths hiding secrets that few in the modern wizarding world truly understand. Tonight, we journey to the mystical island of Grenada, where hidden magical villages have thrived for centuries among volcanic peaks and spice-scented forests, creating a unique blend of Caribbean enchantment that continues to influence magical practices far beyond these tropical shores. The magical history of Grenada begins long before Columbus glimpsed its verdant mountains rising from the Caribbean Sea. Indigenous Kalinago and Arawak magical practitioners established the first enchanted settlements on the island over a millennium ago, choosing locations where natural magical currents converged with the volcanic energy that flows beneath Grenada's mountainous landscape. These early magical communities developed sophisticated techniques for harnessing the island's unique magical properties, creating spells and potions that drew power from the interaction between earth, fire, and water that characterizes this remarkable island paradise. The ancient village of Morne Mystique, hidden high in the rainforest-covered mountains of Grenada's interior, represents perhaps the most perfectly preserved example of pre-Columbian Caribbean magical architecture. Established around the year 800, this remarkable settlement consists of circular buildings constructed from volcanic stone that has been enhanced with protective enchantments passed down through countless generations. The village's design reflects a deep understanding of magical energy flows, with each structure positioned to channel and amplify the natural magic that emerges from the island's volcanic core. The arrival of European colonizers in the late 15th century brought dramatic changes to Grenada's magical communities, but rather than destroying the existing magical culture, these new influences created a unique synthesis of traditions. Spanish magical practitioners, followed by French and later British wizards, discovered that their European magic worked differently in the Caribbean environment, requiring adaptation and modification to be effective in this tropical magical climate. Rather than imposing their traditions on existing communities, many European magical settlers chose to learn from indigenous practitioners, creating a collaborative magical culture that combined the best elements of both traditions. The village of Bayou, established in the early 16th century on Grenada's protected southwestern coast, exemplifies this magical cultural fusion. Founded by a French magical family fleeing religious persecution in Europe, the village welcomed indigenous magical practitioners who shared their knowledge of local magical plants and volcanic magic in exchange for learning European healing techniques and protective spells. The resulting community developed innovations in magical practice that were unknown in either parent culture, creating new approaches to potion making that took advantage of Grenada's incredible biodiversity and unique magical environment. Grenadian magical villages are renowned throughout the Caribbean magical community for their mastery of spice magic, a sophisticated branch of magical practice that utilizes the aromatic plants for which the island is famous. Nutmeg, cinnamon, cloves, and other spices grown in Grenada's magical gardens possess enhanced properties that make them particularly valuable for certain types of enchantment and potion brewing. The village of Épices Mystérieuses, nestled in a hidden valley where magical spice trees grow to extraordinary size, serves as the center of Caribbean spice magic research and training. The cultivation of magical spices in Grenadian villages requires techniques unknown in other parts of the magical world. The island's volcanic soil, enriched with magical minerals from deep within the earth, creates growing conditions that can dramatically enhance the magical properties of properly cultivated plants. Magical agriculturalists in these villages use a combination of traditional European magical gardening techniques and indigenous Caribbean plant magic to produce spices whose potency and purity are legendary among potion masters worldwide. The magical architecture of Grenadian villages reflects both the island's tropical climate and its unique magical characteristics. Buildings are designed to channel cooling breezes while incorporating protective spells against the tropical storms that occasionally threaten the Caribbean. Roofs are constructed with specially treated palm fronds that have been charmed to repel water while allowing beneficial magical energies to pass through. Windows are positioned to take advantage of prevailing trade winds, which carry magical essences from the spice groves that surround most magical settlements. Grenadian magical communities developed sophisticated water management systems that serve both practical and magical purposes. The island's mountainous terrain creates numerous streams and waterfalls, many of which have been enhanced with magical properties by centuries of careful cultivation. Village water systems incorporate these magical water sources, creating fountains and pools that serve as focal points for community magical practice. The water from these enhanced sources is prized for its use in potion brewing and ritual magic, possessing qualities that cannot be replicated artificially. The musical traditions of Grenadian magical villages represent one of their most distinctive cultural achievements. Caribbean magical music incorporates rhythmic patterns that resonate with the island's volcanic energy, creating compositions that can influence weather patterns, encourage plant growth, or provide protection against negative magical influences. Traditional instruments, crafted from local magical woods, and enhanced with appropriate enchantments, produce sounds that seem to capture the essence of the tropical paradise that surrounds these hidden communities. Carnival celebrations in Grenadian magical villages transform these communities into spectacular displays of magical artistry and cultural expression. Unlike their Muggle counterparts, magical carnival celebrations incorporate illusion magic, transformation spells, and enchanted music that creates experiences impossible in the non-magical world. Costumes animated with subtle charms seem to move with lives of their own, while masked dancers perform ritual movements that strengthen the magical protections surrounding their villages. The fishing traditions of Grenadian coastal magical villages developed unique techniques for harvesting the magical creatures that inhabit Caribbean waters. The warm, clear waters around Grenada support an incredible diversity of magical marine life, from tiny luminescent fish whose scales are prized for potion ingredients, to larger creatures whose magical properties make them valuable for advanced spell work. Village fishing fleets use boats enhanced with water-walking charms and fish-finding spells, allowing them to harvest these magical resources sustainably while maintaining the delicate ecological balance of the Caribbean magical ecosystem. Trade relationships between Grenadian magical villages and the broader Caribbean magical community have always been carefully managed to preserve the island's magical heritage while allowing beneficial exchange of knowledge and resources. Grenadian magical products, particularly spices and marine magical ingredients, are highly sought after throughout the magical world. However, village councils are selective about their trading partners, preferring to work with magical practitioners who understand and respect traditional Caribbean magical values. The healing traditions of Grenadian villages combine indigenous plant medicine knowledge with magical healing techniques brought by European settlers and magical practices developed by African healers who found refuge in these communities. This synthesis created remarkably effective healing magic that draws on the island's incredible biodiversity and magical energy. Village healers are renowned throughout the Caribbean for their ability to treat magical ailments that prove resistant to conventional magical medicine. Educational practices in Grenadian magical villages emphasize the integration of magical learning with practical life skills and cultural preservation. Children learn magical techniques alongside traditional crafts, music, and agricultural practices, ensuring that each generation possesses both the magical knowledge needed for community protection and the cultural knowledge necessary to maintain their unique Caribbean magical heritage. This holistic approach to education produces magical practitioners who are deeply connected to their environment and community. The protective magic surrounding Grenadian villages incorporates both traditional concealment spells and innovative techniques developed specifically for the Caribbean environment. Hurricane protection spells, refined over centuries of tropical storm seasons, can deflect even the most powerful storms, while maintaining the beneficial aspects of seasonal weather patterns. These protective techniques have been shared with other Caribbean magical communities, contributing to a regional network of mutual magical defense. Contemporary Grenadian magical villages continue to evolve while maintaining their essential cultural character. Modern communities incorporate beneficial innovations from the broader magical world while preserving the traditional practices that make Caribbean magic unique. Solar magic techniques, taking advantage of the intense tropical sunlight, have been developed to supplement traditional magical practices. New approaches to sustainable magical agriculture ensure that village spice gardens can meet increasing demand without depleting the magical properties of the soil. The influence of Grenadian magical villages extends far beyond their tropical shores, contributing innovations and knowledge that have enriched magical practice worldwide. Techniques for brewing potions in tropical climates have been adopted by magical practitioners in similar environments across the globe. Methods for preserving magical plant materials in high humidity conditions have revolutionized magical ingredient storage. The integration of multiple magical traditions practiced in these villages has provided models for peaceful magical cultural exchange in other parts of the world. Diplomatic traditions developed in Grenadian villages have played important roles in maintaining peace among Caribbean magical communities. The island's position at the southern edge of the Caribbean chain made it a natural meeting place for magical representatives from different island communities. Village councils developed sophisticated protocols for managing disputes and facilitating cooperation among diverse magical cultures, techniques that continue to be used in international magical diplomacy. As gentle trade winds carry the scent of nutmeg and cinnamon through the darkness, bringing with them the essence of these remarkable magical communities, consider how they managed to preserve their unique cultural identity while embracing beneficial influences from many different magical traditions. In the warm Caribbean night that settles over our exploration of these enchanted villages, what lessons might their success in blending diverse magical practices offer to other communities seeking to honor their heritage while adapting to changing times? Chapter 4. The different types of magical partnerships. Throughout the history of the wizarding world, the bonds formed between magical practitioners have shaped the course of magical discovery, influenced the development of entire civilizations, and created legacies that continue to resonate through the centuries. In the quiet contemplation of this evening, let us explore the fascinating variety of magical partnerships that have flourished in wizarding society, from the intimate bonds between individual witches and wizards to the grand alliances that unite entire magical communities in common purpose. The most fundamental type of magical partnership exists between wizards and their wands, a relationship so essential to magical practice that it often overshadows other forms of magical collaboration. This unique bond, forged when a wand chooses its wizard, represents more than mere tool use. It embodies a true partnership between living magical entities. The wand's wood, core, and craftsmanship combine with the wizard's magical signature to create a synergistic relationship where each party enhances the other's capabilities. Master wandmakers understand that they are not simply crafting tools, but facilitating the creation of partnerships that may last for decades or even centuries. Familiar partnerships represent another ancient and deeply personal form of magical collaboration, where wizards form bonds with magical creatures that transcend the typical master-servant relationship found in the Muggle world. These partnerships often begin during a wizard's youth and can last throughout their entire magical career, creating bonds of mutual dependence and affection that enrich both participants. Cats, owls, toads, and rats serve as traditional familiars, but more exotic partnerships have been recorded throughout magical history, including bonds with phoenixes, dragons, and even house elves, who choose to serve specific wizarding families across multiple generations. The academic partnerships formed between magical researchers represent some of the most intellectually productive relationships in wizarding history. These collaborations often pair wizards with complementary skills and knowledge, allowing them to tackle magical challenges that would be impossible for individual practitioners to solve alone. The partnership between arithmancy expert Septima Vector and Charms Master Phileas Flitwick during their development of precision spell modification techniques exemplifies how academic partnerships can advance magical knowledge through the combination of theoretical understanding and practical expertise. Romantic partnerships in the wizarding world often develop their own unique magical characteristics, with couples discovering that their combined magical abilities create effects neither could achieve alone. These magical resonances can manifest in various ways, from enhanced spell power when working together, to the development of shared magical abilities that emerge only through their partnership. The most famous example of romantic magical partnership remains that of Lily and James Potter, whose combined love and sacrifice created protective magic powerful enough to defeat the darkest wizard of their age. Commercial partnerships have driven much of the innovation and prosperity found in wizarding commerce, with magical entrepreneurs combining their skills and resources to create enterprises that serve the broader magical community. The partnership between the Weasley twins, Fred and George, demonstrates how complementary personalities and shared vision can create successful magical businesses that bring joy and innovation to the wizarding world. Their collaboration combined Fred's intuitive understanding of magical theory with George's practical engineering skills, resulting in products that pushed the boundaries of what was considered possible in magical joke merchandise. Mentorship partnerships represent one of the most important forms of knowledge transfer in magical education, extending far beyond the formal relationships between teachers and students found in magical schools. These partnerships often develop into lifelong relationships where experienced magical practitioners guide younger wizards through the complexities of specialized magical fields. The relationship between master and apprentice creates a bond that ensures the preservation and evolution of magical knowledge across generations, with each mentor adding their own understanding to traditions that may stretch back centuries. International magical partnerships have played crucial roles in maintaining peace and promoting cooperation among different wizarding communities around the world. The International Confederation of Wizards represents perhaps the most visible example of such partnerships, bringing together magical governments from across the globe to address challenges that affect the entire wizarding world. These partnerships require delicate negotiation and mutual understanding, as different magical cultures often have varying approaches to common problems and conflicting ideas about appropriate solutions. Research partnerships between magical institutions have accelerated the pace of magical discovery by allowing different organizations to pool their resources and expertise. The collaboration between Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and the French Magical Academy, Beauxbatons, during the development of advanced protective ward systems demonstrates how institutional partnerships can achieve results that would be impossible for any single organization to accomplish alone. These partnerships often require careful coordination to ensure that different institutional cultures and research methodologies can work together effectively. Military magical partnerships, while less common in peacetime, have proven essential during periods of magical conflict. The alliance between different magical communities during the war against Grindelwald shows how partnerships formed under pressure can create bonds that persist long after the immediate threat has passed. These military partnerships often require rapid development of trust and coordination between groups that may have had little previous contact, creating relationships that must function effectively under the most challenging possible circumstances. Magical creature partnerships extend beyond traditional familiar relationships to include collaborative arrangements with intelligent magical species, such as centaurs, goblins, and merpeople. These partnerships require deep understanding of non-human magical cultures and often involve complex negotiations to establish mutually beneficial relationships. The long-standing partnership between Gringotts Bank and the Goblin Nation demonstrates how such relationships can create institutions that serve the entire wizarding community while respecting the autonomy and cultural values of non-human magical beings. Artistic partnerships in the magical world combine creative vision with magical technique to produce works that transcend what either individual artist could achieve alone. Magical musicians, painters, sculptors, and writers often collaborate to create enchanted artworks that incorporate multiple forms of magical expression. These partnerships require not only artistic compatibility, but also the ability to blend different types of magic harmoniously, creating works that engage multiple senses and can even influence the emotions and thoughts of those who experience them. Healing partnerships between medical practitioners combine different specialties to provide comprehensive care for complex magical ailments. The collaboration between St. Mungo's healers and potion masters during the development of new treatment protocols shows how medical partnerships can advance the art of magical healing while ensuring that patients receive the most effective possible care. These partnerships often require practitioners to step outside their comfort zones and learn new techniques that complement their existing expertise. Diplomatic partnerships play essential roles in maintaining relationships between different magical communities and resolving conflicts that might otherwise escalate into open warfare. Professional magical diplomats often work in partnership with local experts who understand the cultural nuances and historical contexts that influence international magical relations. These partnerships require exceptional communication skills and the ability to find common ground between parties who may have fundamentally different approaches to magic and governance. Temporal partnerships represent one of the most complex and dangerous forms of magical collaboration, involving coordination between wizards operating in different time periods. While time travel remains heavily regulated by magical authorities, legitimate temporal partnerships occasionally develop when present-day magical practitioners work with their past or future selves to address magical crises that span multiple time periods. These partnerships require extraordinary care to avoid paradoxes that could destabilize the magical timeline. Economic partnerships between magical and non-magical businesses have become increasingly important as the wizarding world adapts to changing global conditions. These relationships require careful management to maintain the international statute of secrecy, while allowing magical communities to benefit from innovations and resources available in the Muggle world. Such partnerships often involve complex concealment magic and the development of new techniques for disguising magical activities as conventional business operations. Environmental partnerships between magical conservationists and other organizations work to protect magical ecosystems and endangered magical species. These collaborations often span multiple countries and require coordination between government agencies, private organizations, and individual magical practitioners who specialize in creature care and habitat preservation. The partnership between dragon preserves in different countries demonstrates how environmental cooperation can ensure the survival of magical species that might otherwise face extinction. Educational partnerships between different magical schools and institutions create opportunities for students and teachers to experience different approaches to magical education. Exchange programs, joint research projects, and collaborative curriculum development allow magical educational institutions to share their strengths while learning from other traditions. These partnerships often produce innovations in magical pedagogy that benefit students throughout the participating institutions. The legal frameworks governing magical partnerships have evolved over centuries to address the unique challenges that arise when magical practitioners combine their abilities and resources. Magical contract law includes specialized provisions for partnership agreements that involve shared magical abilities, intellectual property rights for collaborative magical innovations, and dispute resolution procedures that account for the unusual nature of magical collaboration. These legal structures ensure that partnerships can function effectively while protecting the rights and interests of all participants. The dissolution of magical partnerships, while unfortunate, sometimes becomes necessary when the goals or methods of the partners diverge beyond reconciliation. Magical law provides mechanisms for peacefully ending partnerships while ensuring that any shared magical knowledge or resources are divided fairly. The emotional and magical bonds that develop during successful partnerships can make their dissolution particularly challenging, requiring specialized magical counselors who understand the unique dynamics of magical collaboration. As we reflect on the myriad ways that magical practitioners have found to combine their talents and resources for mutual benefit, consider how these partnerships reflect the fundamental truth that magic, like life itself, flourishes through connection and cooperation. In the gentle quiet that surrounds our exploration of these magical bonds, what partnerships in your own life have created possibilities that neither participant could have achieved alone. Chapter 5. The Wizarding Understanding of Magic and Innovation. Deep within the philosophical foundations of magical society lies a complex relationship between tradition and progress, where ancient wisdom meets revolutionary discovery in an eternal dance of preservation and transformation. As twilight settles around us this evening, let us explore how the wizarding world understands the delicate balance between honoring magical heritage and embracing the innovations that continue to reshape magical practice in ways both subtle and profound. The wizarding world's approach to innovation differs fundamentally from that of Muggle society, rooted in an understanding that magic itself is not merely a tool to be improved, but a living force that must be approached with respect, caution, and deep understanding. Unlike technological advancement, which often focuses on replacing older methods with newer ones, magical innovation tends to build upon existing knowledge in ways that honor the accumulated wisdom of centuries, while opening new possibilities for magical expression and application. Ancient magical texts speak of innovation as a collaborative process between the wizard and magic itself, where true advancement comes not from forcing new applications, but from deepening one's understanding of magical principles until previously hidden possibilities become apparent. This philosophical approach suggests that magic contains infinite potential for development, but accessing this potential requires patience, study, and the kind of intuitive understanding that can only develop through years of dedicated practice and contemplation. The great magical innovators throughout history have typically been individuals who combined extensive knowledge of traditional magical practices with the curiosity and courage to explore untested applications of established principles. Figures like Merlin, whose innovations in defensive magic continue to influence protective spells used today, or Hermione Granger, whose creative applications of existing spells solved problems that had puzzled more traditionally minded wizards, demonstrate how innovation emerges from the intersection of thorough preparation and creative thinking. Magical innovation often occurs through what scholars call convergent discovery, where multiple practitioners working independently arrive at similar innovations simultaneously. This phenomenon suggests that magical knowledge itself may guide those who are ready to receive it toward new understanding, creating a natural progression of magical development that occurs when the wizarding world is prepared to accept and integrate new possibilities. The near-simultaneous development of Floo powder by 3 different magical researchers in different countries exemplifies this mysterious aspect of magical innovation. The institutional structures of magical society both encourage and constrain innovation in complex ways. Magical schools like Hogwarts preserve and transmit traditional knowledge while providing environments where young witches and wizards can experiment safely with new applications of established techniques. However, the emphasis on standardized magical education can sometimes discourage the kind of unconventional thinking that leads to breakthrough innovations. The most successful magical innovators often find ways to work within traditional frameworks while pushing the boundaries of what those frameworks can accommodate. Research institutions such as the Department of Mysteries represent the wizarding world's most formal approach to magical innovation, where professional researchers work systematically to explore the frontiers of magical knowledge. These institutions balance the need for careful, controlled investigation with the recognition that some magical phenomena resist conventional research methods. The work conducted in these facilities often remains classified for decades, as the implications of certain magical discoveries may be too dangerous or disruptive to release immediately to the broader magical community. The role of failure in magical innovation cannot be understated, as many of the most significant magical breakthroughs have emerged from experiments that produced unexpected or unintended results. The development of Skelegraw, for instance, came from a failed attempt to create a hair growth potion, while the discovery of the properties of bezoars as universal antidotes allegedly occurred when an apprentice accidentally contaminated a batch of stomach-soothing potion with goat stomach stones. These serendipitous discoveries highlight the importance of maintaining open minds and careful observation skills during magical experimentation. Collaborative innovation has become increasingly important in the modern magical world, as the complexity of contemporary magical challenges often requires expertise from multiple specialized fields. The development of modern protective wards, for example, typically involves collaboration between charm specialists, arithmancy experts, rune scholars, and defensive magic practitioners. These interdisciplinary partnerships create opportunities for cross-pollination of ideas that might never occur within the boundaries of individual magical specialties. The ethical dimensions of magical innovation present unique challenges that have no equivalent in Muggle technological development. Magic's ability to influence minds, manipulate time, and affect the fundamental nature of reality raises questions about the responsibility that comes with magical discovery. The wizarding world has developed ethical frameworks for evaluating new magical techniques, considering not only their immediate applications, but also their potential for misuse and their long-term consequences for magical society. International cooperation in magical innovation has become increasingly important as the wizarding world has become more interconnected. Different magical cultures often approach similar problems from unique perspectives, creating opportunities for innovation that emerges from the synthesis of diverse magical traditions. The development of modern magical transportation systems, for instance, has benefited enormously from the integration of European apparition techniques with Asian magic carpet technology and African magical portal systems. The documentation and preservation of magical innovations presents ongoing challenges for the wizarding world. Unlike Muggle scientific publications, which can be easily reproduced and distributed, magical knowledge often includes experiential components that cannot be fully captured in written form. The development of magical memory storage systems and enchanted teaching aids has helped address these challenges, but the transmission of truly innovative magical techniques often still requires direct mentorship and hands-on training. Economic factors play increasingly important roles in magical innovation, as the costs associated with magical research and development have grown substantially. The creation of new magical products requires not only innovative thinking, but also access to rare materials, specialized facilities, and expert craftsmen. The success of companies like Weasley's Wizard Wheezes demonstrates how commercial incentives can drive innovation in unexpected directions, creating products that serve entertainment purposes while advancing understanding of complex magical principles. The relationship between magical innovation and magical law represents an ongoing area of development, as legal frameworks must evolve to address new possibilities created by magical advancement. Laws governing the use of time turners, for example, had to be completely reformulated following innovations that made time travel more accessible. Similarly, regulations about magical creature rights have evolved in response to innovations in communication magic that have revealed the intelligence and emotional complexity of species previously considered non-sentient. Educational innovation within magical institutions continues to evolve as understanding of magical learning processes becomes more sophisticated. The development of adaptive magical textbooks, experiential learning environments, and personalized magical training programs represents ongoing innovation in magical pedagogy. These educational innovations not only improve the effectiveness of magical instruction, but also prepare students to become innovators themselves by developing the critical thinking and creative problem-solving skills necessary for advancing magical knowledge. The preservation of magical tradition serves as both a foundation for and a constraint on innovation, creating a dynamic tension that ultimately strengthens both traditional and innovative magical practices. The most successful magical innovations often demonstrate clear connections to established magical principles, showing how new applications extend rather than contradict traditional understanding. This integration of old and new creates continuity that allows magical society to embrace change while maintaining its essential character. Regional variations in approaches to magical innovation reflect different cultural values and historical experiences within the global wizarding community. Some magical cultures emphasize incremental improvements to traditional techniques, while others encourage radical experimentation with entirely new approaches to magical practice. These different philosophies create a rich ecosystem of magical innovation, where diverse approaches can be tested and refined through interaction and exchange. The democratization of magical innovation has accelerated with the development of better communication and collaboration tools within the wizarding world. Individual practitioners now have greater access to magical knowledge and research resources, allowing innovative thinking to emerge from unexpected sources throughout magical society. This broader participation in magical innovation has led to solutions for problems that might have been overlooked by traditional research institutions. Safety considerations play crucial roles in magical innovation, as the potential consequences of magical experimentation can be far more severe than those associated with conventional research. The development of improved protective protocols, emergency response procedures, and containment systems for magical experiments represents an ongoing area of innovation in its own right. These safety innovations enable more ambitious magical research, while protecting both researchers and the broader magical community from potential negative consequences. The future of magical innovation appears to lie in the continued integration of traditional magical wisdom with creative new applications, supported by improved collaborative frameworks and enhanced safety protocols. As magical society becomes more complex and interconnected, the challenges requiring innovative solutions become correspondingly sophisticated, creating opportunities for magical advancement that previous generations could never have imagined. As we contemplate the intricate relationship between magical tradition and innovation, surrounded by the gentle wisdom of centuries of magical development, consider how this balance between preservation and progress might apply to other areas of life, where growth must honor the past while embracing the future. In the quiet reflection of this evening, what aspects of your own knowledge and practice might benefit from the patient, respectful approach to innovation that characterizes the finest magical advancement? Chapter 6. The magic of ancient Iceland, far to the north, where the aurora borealis dances across endless winter nights and the earth itself breathes fire through volcanic vents, lies the mystical island of Iceland, a land where elemental magic achieved its purest expression in the hands of ancient wizards, who learned to harness the raw power of ice and flame. In this evening's gentle exploration, we shall journey to this remarkable realm, where Norse magical traditions flourished in isolation, creating a unique magical culture that bridged the gap between the primal forces of nature and the sophisticated spellwork that would later influence magical practice throughout Northern Europe. The magical history of Iceland begins with the island's very formation, born from the meeting of fire and ice in a spectacular display of elemental magic that continues to this day. Ancient Icelandic wizards understood that their homeland was not merely a place where magic was practiced, but a living magical entity, whose volcanic heart and glacial crown created conditions unlike anywhere else in the magical world. This understanding shaped every aspect of Icelandic magical culture, from the spells they developed to the architecture of their hidden settlements nestled between lava fields and ice caves. The first magical settlers arrived in Iceland during the 9th century, Norse wizards seeking refuge from the increasing persecution of magical practitioners in mainland Scandinavia. These early magical colonists brought with them ancient runic traditions and shamanistic practices that had been passed down through generations of northern wizards. However, they quickly discovered that their traditional magic worked differently in Iceland's unique environment, requiring adaptation and innovation that would eventually create entirely new branches of magical knowledge. Volcanic magic became the defining characteristic of Icelandic magical practice, with wizards learning to harness the tremendous energies released by the island's active geology. The great magical settlement of Eldfjall, built within the caldera of a dormant volcano, served as the center of volcanic magic research for over 3 centuries. Here, Icelandic wizards developed techniques for channeling geothermal energy into their spells, creating magic of unprecedented power that drew directly from the molten heart of the earth itself. The mastery of ice magic in ancient Iceland rivaled even the volcanic arts in sophistication and power. Glacial wizards established communities on the great ice sheets that covered much of the island's interior, learning to work with ice as both a protective element and a source of magical energy. These ice mages developed spells that could preserve objects and even living beings in perfect stasis for centuries, techniques that would later prove invaluable for magical preservation and healing arts throughout the wizarding world. The integration of opposing elemental forces represented the highest achievement of ancient Icelandic magic. Master practitioners learned to balance fire and ice magic within single spells, creating effects that were impossible for wizards who specialized in only one element. The legendary ice-fire forge of Master Bjorn Flamebeard could work magical metals at temperatures that would normally destroy them, using simultaneous heating and cooling spells to create alloys with properties that defied conventional magical theory. Runic magic reached its most sophisticated development in ancient Iceland, where wizards refined the traditional Germanic magical alphabet into a complex system capable of storing and channeling magical energy with unprecedented precision. Icelandic rune masters carved their symbols into volcanic glass and glacial ice, creating permanent magical inscriptions that drew power from the elemental forces surrounding them. These runic installations could operate autonomously for centuries, creating protective barriers and magical effects that required no direct intervention from their creators. The aurora borealis held special significance in ancient Icelandic magical culture, with wizards believing that the dancing lights represented visible manifestations of the magical currents that flowed between earth and sky. Aurora magic became a specialized branch of Icelandic spellwork, with practitioners learning to time their most important magical workings to coincide with particularly spectacular displays of the northern lights. Some of the most powerful protection spells developed by Icelandic wizards could only be cast during aurora displays, drawing energy directly from the celestial phenomenon. Geothermal magic represented a uniquely Icelandic innovation that had no equivalent in other magical traditions. Wizards learned to tap into the island's numerous hot springs and geysers, using these natural magical conduits to power spells and enchantments. The great magical baths of Blacy Mystique not only provided warmth and healing, but served as centers of magical learning, where students could absorb magical energy directly through the mineral-rich waters, enhanced with centuries of accumulated spellwork. The magical creatures of ancient Iceland adapted to the island's extreme conditions in ways that produced species found nowhere else in the magical world. Ice dragons, smaller and more intelligent than their fire-breathing cousins, developed the ability to breathe supercooled air that could instantly freeze objects and opponents. These creatures formed partnerships with Icelandic wizards, serving as both guardians and sources of magical materials whose properties made possible some of the most advanced ice magic ever developed. Weather magic in ancient Iceland reached levels of sophistication that amazed visitors from other magical communities. Icelandic wizards could influence the island's notoriously unpredictable weather patterns, calling up protective blizzards to hide their settlements, or clearing storms to allow important magical workings to proceed. The weather wardens of Mount Hekla maintained magical observatories, where they tracked atmospheric magical currents and predicted weather patterns with accuracy that seemed impossible to wizards from more temperate climates. The preservation magic developed by ancient Icelandic wizards emerged from their need to store food and materials through the long, dark winters that dominated much of the year. However, these practical preservation techniques evolved into sophisticated methods for maintaining magical artifacts, preserving ancient knowledge, and even extending the lives of particularly important magical practitioners. The ice vaults beneath Vatnajökull Glacier contain preserved magical specimens and artifacts that remain perfectly intact after more than 1,000 years. Seasonal magic took on particular importance in Iceland, where the extreme variations between summer and winter created opportunities for magical practices that required dramatic changes in daylight and temperature. The Summer Solstice Festival brought together wizards from across the island to perform collaborative magic that stored solar energy for use during the dark winter months. Conversely, the winter solstice ceremonies channeled the power of absolute darkness to fuel divination magic and protective spells. The isolation of ancient Iceland allowed its magical practitioners to develop their arts without interference from the political conflicts and religious persecution that affected wizards elsewhere in Europe. This independence fostered a culture of magical experimentation and innovation that produced techniques and spells unknown in other parts of the wizarding world. However, this isolation also meant that Icelandic magical knowledge remained largely unknown outside the island, until much later periods when increased travel and communication allowed exchange with other magical communities. Saga magic represented one of the most distinctive aspects of ancient Icelandic magical culture, with wizards developing techniques for encoding spells and magical knowledge within the epic stories that formed the foundation of Norse literary tradition. These magical sagas served multiple purposes, preserving important magical techniques while disguising them as entertainment, and creating narrative spell structures that could influence the minds and emotions of listeners in subtle but profound ways. The therapeutic magic developed in ancient Iceland took advantage of the island's unique mineral resources and geothermal features to create healing techniques that addressed both physical and magical ailments. The healing centers established around natural hot springs became renowned throughout northern Europe for their ability to treat conditions that resisted conventional magical medicine. These therapeutic innovations combined traditional Norse healing magic with new techniques developed specifically for Iceland's mineral-rich environment. Maritime magic in ancient Iceland focused on navigation and survival in some of the world's most challenging oceanic conditions. Icelandic sea wizards developed spells for detecting dangerous ice formations, predicting storm patterns, and communicating across vast distances of empty ocean. Their innovations in magical navigation allowed them to maintain contact with other Norse magical communities, and eventually contributed to the magical techniques used in the exploration and settlement of Greenland and North America. The architectural magic of ancient Iceland created buildings that could withstand both volcanic eruptions and severe weather while maintaining comfortable living conditions in an extremely challenging environment. Icelandic magical architecture incorporated both protective spells and climate control magic, creating structures that were simultaneously robust and livable. The ruins of these ancient magical buildings, hidden beneath lava flows and glacial ice, continue to operate autonomously, maintaining perfect preservation of their contents centuries after their abandonment. The diplomatic magic developed by ancient Icelandic wizards reflected their need to maintain peaceful relationships with both the natural spirits of their volcanic homeland and the occasional visitors from other magical communities. These diplomatic techniques emphasized respect for elemental forces and the development of mutually beneficial relationships with non-human magical entities. The success of these approaches influenced later developments in magical diplomacy throughout the Nordic magical world. The legacy of ancient Icelandic magic extends far beyond the island's shores, with innovations developed in this unique environment, influencing magical practices throughout the Northern Hemisphere. Techniques for working with extreme temperatures, methods for storing magical energy in natural formations, and approaches to balancing opposing elemental forces have all been adapted for use in other magical communities. The fundamental principle of working with rather than against natural forces, which characterized all ancient Icelandic magic, continues to influence contemporary magical practice. The sacred sites of ancient Iceland remain active centers of magical energy, with many locations continuing to generate the same elemental forces that inspired the original magical innovations. Modern magical researchers who visit these sites often report experiencing magic in its most primal form, unfiltered by the civilizing influences that have shaped magical practice in more settled parts of the wizarding world. These locations serve as living laboratories where contemporary wizards can study the fundamental principles that governed ancient Icelandic magical practice. As the northern lights begin their eternal dance across the star-filled sky above this land of fire and ice, consider how the ancient Icelandic wizards found harmony between opposing forces that seemed destined for conflict. In the gentle glow of aurora light that illuminates our exploration of this remarkable magical culture, What seemingly opposing elements in your own life might find balance through the patient wisdom and elemental understanding that characterized the magic of ancient Iceland. Chapter 7. The Historical Evolution of Magical Innovation. Through the ages, the story of magical advancement unfolds like an intricate tapestry, each thread representing a breakthrough that transformed how wizards understand and practice their art. As we settle into the comfortable darkness of this evening, let us trace the remarkable journey of magical innovation from its earliest beginnings to the sophisticated magical society we know today, exploring how each generation of wizards built upon the discoveries of their predecessors to create the rich magical heritage that continues to evolve and flourish. The earliest period of magical innovation, often called the Age of Discovery, began when the first wizards learned to distinguish between accidental magic and intentional spellcasting. Archaeological evidence suggests that this fundamental breakthrough occurred independently in various parts of the world around 3,000 years ago, marking humanity's transition from unconscious magical ability to deliberate magical practice. These early magical pioneers developed the first systematic approaches to spellwork, creating the foundational principles that would guide magical innovation for millennia to come. The development of wand magic represents perhaps the most significant early innovation in wizarding history, transforming magical practice from a largely internal art to one that could be channeled through external instruments. The first wands were crude affairs, little more than specially prepared wooden sticks that helped focus magical energy. However, the introduction of magical cores around 500 BCE revolutionized wand making, creating instruments capable of far more sophisticated spell work. This innovation spread rapidly throughout the magical world, establishing wand magic as the dominant form of magical practice in most wizarding cultures. Ancient civilizations contributed their own unique innovations to the growing body of magical knowledge. Egyptian wizards pioneered the art of magical preservation, developing techniques that could maintain both organic and inorganic materials in perfect condition for thousands of years. Greek magical philosophers created the first systematic theories of magical practice, establishing intellectual frameworks that allowed for more systematic magical research and development. Roman magical engineers developed large-scale magical infrastructure projects, creating aqueducts, roads, and buildings that incorporated permanent magical enhancements. The medieval period marked a crucial turning point in magical innovation, as the rise of formal magical education institutions created environments where systematic magical research could flourish. The founding of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in 990 CE represented a new approach to magical knowledge preservation and development, bringing together talented young wizards and experienced magical practitioners in settings designed to encourage learning and experimentation. Similar institutions established throughout Europe created a network of magical research centers that accelerated the pace of magical innovation. The Renaissance brought an explosion of magical creativity that paralleled developments in Muggle art and science. Magical artists developed new techniques for creating enchanted paintings and sculptures that seemed to live and breathe with magical energy. Magical engineers designed increasingly sophisticated mechanical devices powered by magical energy. Alchemists made breakthrough discoveries about the transformation of materials, leading to advances in potion making and magical metallurgy that revolutionized magical craftsmanship. The Age of Exploration exposed European wizards to magical traditions from around the world, creating opportunities for cross-cultural magical innovation that had never existed before. Spanish wizards exploring the New World encountered indigenous magical practices that used entirely different approaches to spellcasting and magical theory. Portuguese magical explorers in Africa and Asia discovered magical techniques and materials that transformed European understanding of potion making and magical creature care. These cultural exchanges led to synthesis innovations that combined elements from multiple magical traditions. The scientific revolution of the 17th and 18th centuries influenced magical innovation in unexpected ways, as wizards began applying more systematic approaches to magical research. The development of magical experimental methods allowed for more controlled testing of magical theories and more reliable documentation of magical phenomena. Magical researchers began sharing their findings more systematically, creating networks of correspondence and collaboration that accelerated the pace of magical discovery. The Industrial Revolution created new challenges and opportunities for magical innovation. As Muggle technology advanced rapidly, wizards needed to develop new concealment techniques and protective measures to maintain the international statute of secrecy. However, industrial processes also inspired magical innovations, with wizards developing magical manufacturing techniques that could produce enchanted items more efficiently and consistently than traditional handicraft methods. The 19th century witnessed the emergence of magical specialization, as the growing complexity of magical knowledge made it impossible for individual wizards to master all areas of magical practice. This specialization led to more focused innovation within specific magical disciplines, with experts in areas like transfiguration, charms, and potions developing increasingly sophisticated techniques within their fields. The establishment of professional magical organizations facilitated communication and collaboration among specialists, creating communities of practice that drove targeted innovation. The development of magical transportation represented a series of breakthrough innovations that transformed wizarding society. The refinement of apparition techniques during the 15th century allowed wizards to travel instantly across great distances, revolutionizing magical communication and commerce. The invention of flue powder in the 13th century created the first magical transportation network, connecting fireplace to fireplace across vast geographic areas. The development of flying carpets, magical boats, and other enchanted vehicles provided alternatives for wizards who preferred more tangible forms of magical transportation. Communication magic evolved dramatically throughout the historical period, driven by the need for wizards to coordinate activities across increasingly large geographic areas. The development of magical message-sending spells allowed for near-instantaneous communication over long distances. The creation of enchanted mirrors provided visual communication capabilities that rivaled modern Muggle technology. The establishment of magical postal services using owls and other magical creatures created reliable networks for document and package delivery. Medical magic innovation has followed a fascinating trajectory throughout wizarding history, with each generation of magical healers building upon the discoveries of their predecessors to develop more effective treatments for magical ailments. The systematic study of magical anatomy during the Renaissance led to breakthrough understanding of how magic interacts with biological processes. The development of specialized magical hospitals, like St. Mungo's, created environments where medical innovations could be tested and refined safely. Defensive magic innovation has often been driven by the need to respond to new forms of magical attack and the development of increasingly powerful dark magic. The creation of protective ward systems evolved from simple barrier spells to sophisticated magical defense networks capable of detecting and repelling multiple types of threats simultaneously. The development of counter-curse techniques required deep understanding of how dark magic operates and innovative approaches to neutralizing malevolent magical effects. The 20th century brought unprecedented challenges for magical innovation, as two global wizarding wars created urgent needs for magical advances in defense, communication, and healing. These conflicts accelerated certain types of magical research, while limiting others, creating a complex legacy of wartime innovation that included both beneficial advances and dangerous magical weapons. The post-war period saw efforts to redirect wartime magical innovations toward peaceful purposes, leading to advances in magical medicine, transportation, and communication. Educational innovation has been a constant theme throughout magical history, as each generation of magical educators has sought better ways to transmit magical knowledge to students. The development of magical textbooks that could demonstrate spells and techniques visually revolutionized magical education. The creation of practice environments where students could experiment safely with dangerous magic allowed for more comprehensive magical training. The establishment of continuing education programs for practicing wizards ensured that magical professionals could stay current with new developments in their fields. International cooperation in magical innovation became increasingly important as the wizarding world became more interconnected. The establishment of international magical research collaborations allowed wizards from different countries to pool their expertise and resources. The creation of international standards for magical practice facilitated the sharing of magical innovations across cultural boundaries. The development of diplomatic frameworks for managing magical innovation helped prevent the kinds of magical arms races that could destabilize international relations. Contemporary magical innovation continues to build upon thousands of years of accumulated magical knowledge while addressing new challenges created by changing global conditions. The development of magical techniques for environmental protection responds to threats that previous generations of wizards never had to consider. The creation of new concealment magic addresses the challenges posed by increasingly sophisticated Muggle surveillance technology. The advancement of magical medicine tackles diseases and conditions that have evolved or emerged in recent decades. The democratization of magical innovation has been one of the most significant trends of recent centuries, as improved magical education and communication have allowed more wizards to participate in magical research and development. Individual magical practitioners now have access to magical knowledge and resources that were previously available only to elite magical institutions. This broader participation has led to innovations emerging from unexpected sources throughout magical society. The ethical dimensions of magical innovation have become increasingly complex as magical capabilities have grown more powerful and far-reaching. The development of magical techniques that can influence minds, manipulate time, and affect fundamental aspects of reality raises questions about the responsibility that comes with magical knowledge. Contemporary magical society continues to grapple with establishing appropriate frameworks for evaluating and regulating magical innovation. The preservation and transmission of magical innovation knowledge presents ongoing challenges as the volume and complexity of magical knowledge continues to grow. Traditional methods of preserving magical knowledge through books and oral tradition are being supplemented by new techniques for storing magical information in more accessible and durable forms. The challenge of ensuring that important magical innovations are not lost while preventing dangerous magical knowledge from falling into the wrong hands requires ongoing attention from magical institutions and governments. As we reflect on this vast historical tapestry of magical innovation, consider how each breakthrough built upon previous discoveries while opening entirely new possibilities for future development. In the gentle wisdom of this evening's exploration, what patterns of innovation in the magical world might offer insights into how progress occurs in other areas of human endeavor, and how might understanding these patterns help guide future magical advancement. Chapter 8. The properties of magical swamp gas. Within the mysterious depths of ancient wetlands, where stagnant waters meet decomposing vegetation under canopies of twisted trees, nature produces one of the most enigmatic and powerful magical substances known to wizarding science. As we venture into the shadowy realm of magical swamp gas this evening, let us explore this ethereal substance that has puzzled magical researchers for centuries, while providing potent ingredients for some of the most sophisticated potions and enchantments in the wizarding world. Magical swamp gas differs fundamentally from its mundane counterpart, possessing properties that extend far beyond the simple methane emissions produced by natural decay processes. This remarkable substance forms when organic matter decomposes in environments saturated with magical energy, creating gaseous compounds that retain and amplify the magical properties of their source materials. The process requires specific conditions of temperature, humidity, and magical saturation that occur naturally in only the most ancient and undisturbed wetland environments. The formation of magical swamp gas begins deep within the anaerobic layers of magical wetlands, where centuries of accumulated plant and animal matter decompose under conditions that preserve rather than dissipate magical energy. Magical botanists have identified over 200 species of wetland plants whose decomposition contributes to magical swamp gas production, each species adding unique properties to the final gaseous mixture. The magical signatures of these plants remain detectable within the gas for decades after decomposition, creating complex magical profiles that vary significantly from one swamp to another. Ancient magical texts describe three primary types of magical swamp gas, each distinguished by its magical properties and potential applications. Luminous gas appears as a faint, phosphorescent vapor that glows with soft blue-green light when magical energy is present in the environment. This variety provides illumination that can penetrate magical darkness and reveal hidden magical auras, making it invaluable for magical detection work and nocturnal exploration. Umbral gas appears completely transparent to normal vision, but creates areas of enhanced magical conductivity that amplify spell effects cast within its presence. The third variety, known as metamorphic gas, possesses the remarkable ability to temporarily alter the magical properties of objects and substances exposed to it. Magical researchers have documented cases where metamorphic gas exposure has transformed ordinary plants into magical specimens, enhanced the potency of potion ingredients, and even temporarily granted magical abilities to non-magical creatures. However, these transformations typically last only as long as the subject remains within the gas-saturated environment, reverting to normal once removed from the influence of the magical vapors. Harvesting magical swamp gas requires specialized techniques and equipment developed by generations of magical substance collectors. The gas cannot be captured using conventional containers, as its magical properties allow it to pass through most materials unless they have been specifically treated with containment charms. Traditional collection methods involve using vessels crafted from bog oak that has been aged in magical swamp environments for at least 7 years, creating containers that can successfully hold the volatile magical substance. The most skilled magical gas collectors, known as vapor wardens, spend years learning to read the subtle signs that indicate optimal collection conditions. These specialists understand that magical swamp gas production varies dramatically based on lunar phases, seasonal changes, and local magical weather patterns. The highest quality gas typically forms during the dark of the moon in late autumn, when decomposition processes reach their peak efficiency and atmospheric magical pressure creates ideal conditions for gas concentration. Magical swamp gas has found applications in numerous branches of magical practice, from potion brewing to advanced enchantment work. In potion making, small quantities of the gas can dramatically enhance the effectiveness of transformation potions, providing the volatile magical energy needed to facilitate complex molecular rearrangements. Metamorphosis potions that include magical swamp gas components often produce more stable and longer-lasting transformations than those brewed using conventional ingredients alone. Enchantment specialists prize magical swamp gas for its ability to create temporary magical effects that would otherwise require permanent magical alterations. Clothing treated with diluted magical swamp gas can provide temporary protection against magical attacks while retaining the flexibility and comfort of normal garments. Weapons temporarily exposed to concentrated swamp gas develop enhanced magical conductivity that allows them to channel offensive spells more effectively without the permanent alterations required for traditional magical weapon creation. The study of magical swamp gas has contributed significantly to understanding fundamental principles of magical energy storage and transfer. Researchers have discovered that the gas acts as a natural magical battery, capable of storing ambient magical energy and releasing it gradually over extended periods. This property makes it invaluable for magical applications that require sustained magical power over time, such as long-term preservation spells and extended magical illumination systems. Magical swamp gas also plays important roles in magical ecosystem maintenance, serving as a natural magical energy distribution system that supports the complex magical creatures and plants that inhabit wetland environments. Many species of magical insects depend on the gas for their reproductive cycles, using its magical properties to enhance their own magical abilities during mating seasons. Magical amphibians often seek out areas of high gas concentration to accelerate their metamorphosis and develop more potent magical abilities. The therapeutic applications of magical swamp gas have been recognized by magical healers for centuries, though its use requires considerable expertise due to the substance's volatile nature. Properly diluted and administered swamp gas can accelerate magical healing by providing additional magical energy to support the body's natural regenerative processes. However, incorrect dosages can cause magical energy overload, leading to unpredictable and potentially dangerous magical effects. Respiratory conditions that affect magical breathing techniques can sometimes be treated using carefully controlled exposure to magical swamp gas atmospheres. The gas appears to enhance the magical conductivity of lung tissue, allowing patients to more efficiently process magical energy during breathing exercises and magical meditation practices. These treatments require specialized facilities where gas concentrations can be precisely controlled and continuously monitored by qualified magical medical professionals. The role of magical swamp gas in magical research extends beyond its direct applications to include its use as a medium for studying magical energy transfer and transformation. Research laboratories use controlled swamp gas environments to test theories about magical energy behavior under various conditions. The gas's ability to amplify and modify magical effects makes it an ideal testing medium for experimental spells and magical techniques that would be too dangerous to test under normal conditions. Magical atmospheric scientists study swamp gas to better understand how magical energy moves through the environment and interacts with natural systems. These researchers have discovered that magical swamp gas serves as an indicator of overall magical ecosystem health, with changes in gas composition and production rates providing early warning signs of magical environmental degradation. Monitoring networks in key magical wetlands track swamp gas production as part of broader magical environmental protection efforts. The preservation of magical swamp gas presents unique challenges that have driven innovation in magical storage technology. Standard preservation techniques prove inadequate for maintaining the gas's magical properties over extended periods, leading to the development of specialized temporal stasis chambers that slow the natural decay of the gas's magical signature. These preservation systems allow magical institutions to maintain strategic reserves of high-quality swamp gas for emergency use and critical research applications. International trade in magical swamp gas operates under strict regulations designed to prevent over-harvesting of this valuable natural resource. The International Confederation of Wizards maintains quotas for swamp gas collection from protected magical wetlands, ensuring that commercial harvesting does not disrupt the ecological balance of these sensitive environments. Licensed collectors must demonstrate proficiency in sustainable harvesting techniques and maintain detailed records of their collection activities. The authentication of magical swamp gas quality requires sophisticated magical analysis techniques that can distinguish between gas from different sources and detect potential contamination or adulteration. Magical gas assayers use specialized instruments to analyze the magical signature profiles of gas samples, identifying the plant species that contributed to the gas formation and determining the optimal applications for each batch. This quality control ensures that magical practitioners receive materials suitable for their intended purposes. Safety protocols for working with magical swamp gas emphasize the importance of proper ventilation and magical containment procedures. While generally not toxic in the conventional sense, concentrated magical swamp gas can cause unpredictable magical effects in exposed individuals, ranging from temporary enhancement of magical abilities to dangerous magical energy overload. Professional handling requires protective equipment specifically designed to prevent accidental exposure while allowing for precise manipulation of the volatile substance. The environmental impact of magical swamp gas collection has become an increasingly important consideration as demand for this valuable substance continues to grow. Sustainable harvesting practices focus on collecting only surplus gas production that would naturally dissipate into the atmosphere, avoiding techniques that could disrupt the complex ecological relationships that depend on stable gas production levels. Research into artificial production of magical swamp gas offers potential alternatives that could reduce pressure on natural wetland environments. Future applications of magical swamp gas research include investigations into its potential use in magical energy generation and storage systems. Experimental magical power plants use controlled swamp gas environments to generate sustainable magical energy for magical communities. These pilot projects could provide models for renewable magical energy systems that reduce dependence on non-renewable magical resources, while providing clean, efficient magical power for growing magical populations. As the misty vapors of imagination carry us through the complex world of magical swamp gas, with its shimmering possibilities and hidden dangers, consider how this humble product of decay and transformation embodies the magical principle that even the most unlikely sources can yield extraordinary power when properly understood and respectfully utilized. In the gentle darkness that surrounds our exploration of these ethereal wetland mysteries, what other overlooked aspects of the natural world might contain hidden magical potential, waiting to be discovered by those patient enough to look beyond surface appearances? Chapter 9. The Traditional Wizarding Innovation Rituals. Throughout the centuries of magical tradition, the wizarding world has developed elaborate ceremonial practices to mark, celebrate, and sanctify the moments when new magical knowledge emerges from the careful work of dedicated researchers and inventors. As we gather in the contemplative quiet of this evening, let us explore these sacred innovation rituals that transform individual discovery into community celebration, ensuring that magical advancement receives the recognition and respect befitting contributions that expand the boundaries of what magic can achieve. The origins of wizarding innovation rituals trace back to ancient magical societies, where new magical discoveries were viewed not merely as intellectual achievements, but as spiritual revelations that connected the discoverer to the fundamental forces underlying magical reality. These early cultures understood that magical innovation required divine inspiration, as well as human effort, leading to ritualistic practices that honored both the magical forces that made discovery possible and the dedication of those who pursued new knowledge, despite uncertainty and risk. The ritual of first manifestation represents perhaps the most important of the innovation ceremonies, performed when a completely new type of magic is successfully demonstrated for the first time. This elaborate ceremony involves multiple stages of preparation, validation, and celebration that can extend over several weeks. The ritual begins with the witnessing phase, where a panel of respected magical practitioners observes and documents the new magical technique, ensuring that the innovation is genuine and reproducible, rather than accidental or fraudulent. The validation phase of the first manifestation ritual requires the innovator to demonstrate their discovery before increasingly challenging audiences, beginning with close colleagues and progressing to panels of master practitioners in relevant magical disciplines. Each demonstration must show consistent results and clear understanding of the principles underlying the innovation. This rigorous testing process serves both to confirm the validity of the discovery and to ensure that the innovator possesses sufficient mastery to teach their technique to others safely and effectively. The consecration phase marks the formal acceptance of the innovation into the body of established magical knowledge. During this solemn ceremony, the new magical technique is demonstrated in the presence of representatives from major magical institutions, government officials, and respected members of the magical community. The innovator recites the oath of stewardship, accepting responsibility for ensuring that their discovery is used ethically and for the benefit of magical society as a whole. Regional variations of innovation rituals reflect different cultural approaches to magical discovery and community celebration. Northern European magical traditions emphasize the solitary aspects of innovation, with rituals that honor the contemplative dedication required for breakthrough thinking. These ceremonies often take place in natural settings that embody the connection between magical innovation and the natural sources of magical power, with participants gathering at ancient stone circles or sacred groves that have witnessed centuries of magical discovery. Mediterranean magical cultures developed innovation rituals that emphasize community participation and collaborative celebration of new magical knowledge. These ceremonies involve elaborate feasts, where the entire magical community comes together to honor the innovator and learn about their discovery. The rituals include traditional dances that symbolically represent the process of magical exploration and discovery, with participants moving through choreographed sequences that mirror the intellectual journey from initial curiosity to final breakthrough. The illumination ceremony serves as a preliminary ritual performed when magical researchers believe they are approaching a significant breakthrough but have not yet achieved complete success. This ceremony seeks to provide spiritual and magical support for the final stages of the innovation process, creating communal magical energy that can inspire the clarity and insight needed to overcome remaining obstacles. Participants contribute their own magical energy to support the innovator's work, creating a collaborative magical environment that enhances individual capabilities. Innovation rituals involving dangerous or potentially harmful magical discoveries require special protocols designed to ensure community safety, while still providing appropriate recognition for important advances in magical knowledge. The ritual of careful revelation involves staged disclosure of dangerous innovations, beginning with demonstration before specialized committees equipped to handle magical hazards, and gradually expanding to include broader audiences as safety protocols are developed and validated. The preservation ritual ensures that important magical innovations are properly documented and protected for future generations. This ceremony involves the creation of multiple copies of innovation documentation using magical preservation techniques that guarantee the information will remain accessible for centuries. Master scribes use enchanted materials and specialized magical writing techniques to create records that resist decay, damage, and tampering, while remaining readable to qualified magical practitioners. Educational innovation rituals focus on discoveries that advance magical pedagogy and learning techniques, rather than creating new forms of magic directly. The ritual of enhanced understanding celebrates innovations in magical education that help students learn more effectively or allow teachers to transmit knowledge more efficiently. These ceremonies often take place within magical educational institutions, with students and faculty participating together to honor advances that benefit the entire educational community. Collaborative innovation rituals acknowledge discoveries that emerge from partnerships between multiple magical practitioners, rather than individual breakthrough moments. The ritual of shared wisdom celebrates these collective achievements while ensuring that all contributors receive appropriate recognition for their roles in the discovery process. These ceremonies require careful orchestration to balance individual contributions fairly, while emphasizing the collaborative nature of the achievement. International innovation rituals have developed to address magical discoveries that transcend national boundaries and cultural divisions. The Global Revelation Ceremony brings together representatives from magical communities worldwide to witness and validate innovations that have implications for the entire international magical community. These elaborate diplomatic ceremonies require careful coordination between different magical governments and cultural groups to ensure that all traditions are respected, while creating unified recognition of important discoveries. The ritual of ethical validation addresses the moral implications of magical innovations, particularly those that could be used for harmful purposes, or that raise questions about the appropriate limits of magical power. This ceremony involves extensive deliberation by panels of magical ethicists, religious leaders, and community representatives who evaluate the innovation's potential impact on magical society. The ritual concludes with formal guidelines for the ethical use of the new magical technique. Innovation rituals for medical magical advances include special components designed to honor the healing traditions that underlie magical medicine, while celebrating new techniques that can alleviate suffering and extend life. The ritual of merciful innovation includes blessings from magical healers and ceremonial demonstrations of how the new technique can benefit patients. These ceremonies often conclude with commitments to make the innovation available to all magical medical practitioners, regardless of their economic circumstances. Commercial innovation rituals acknowledge magical discoveries that lead to new magical products or business opportunities, while ensuring that commercial considerations do not overshadow the community benefits of the innovation. The ritual of beneficial commerce includes pledges from innovators to share their discoveries with the broader magical community, and commitments to use any profits from their innovations to support further magical research and development. Artistic innovation rituals celebrate discoveries that advance magical arts, entertainment, and creative expression. The ritual of inspired creation involves demonstrations of new magical artistic techniques before audiences of magical artists, critics, and cultural leaders. These ceremonies emphasize the role of innovation in enriching magical culture and providing new forms of beauty and meaning for magical society to enjoy and appreciate. Agricultural innovation rituals honor discoveries that improve magical farming, creature care, and environmental management. The ritual of growing wisdom takes place in natural settings that exemplify the connection between magical innovation and the care of the magical world's natural resources. These ceremonies include pledges to use agricultural innovations responsibly and to ensure that new techniques support rather than exploit the magical creatures and ecosystems that depend on magical agricultural practices. Defensive innovation rituals address advances in protective magic and magical security, while acknowledging the serious responsibilities that come with innovations that could be used for warfare or conflict. The ritual of protective wisdom includes solemn commitments to use defensive innovations only for legitimate protection and never for aggressive purposes. These ceremonies emphasize the moral obligations of those who develop magical techniques that could affect the safety and security of magical communities. Contemporary innovation rituals have adapted traditional ceremonial forms to address the unique challenges and opportunities of modern magical society. Digital documentation techniques supplement traditional preservation methods, creating innovation records that can be shared instantly across global magical communities. Virtual participation allows magical practitioners from around the world to witness and celebrate innovations without the travel difficulties that previously limited international participation in these important ceremonies. The democratization of magical innovation has led to simplified ritual forms that can accommodate the increasing number of magical practitioners who contribute to magical advancement. Community innovation circles provide local venues where smaller-scale discoveries can receive appropriate recognition without the elaborate preparations required for major breakthrough ceremonies. These grassroots rituals ensure that all meaningful contributions to magical knowledge receive community acknowledgement and support. Innovation ritual training has become an important component of magical education, as students learn not only how to pursue magical research, but also how to participate appropriately in the ceremonial recognition of magical discovery. Understanding these traditions helps young magical practitioners appreciate the community context of their individual efforts and prepares them to contribute meaningfully to the ongoing evolution of magical knowledge. The psychological benefits of innovation rituals extend beyond simple recognition, providing emotional and spiritual support for magical practitioners who dedicate their lives to advancing magical knowledge. The community celebration and formal acknowledgement offered by these ceremonies help sustain the motivation and dedication required for long-term magical research projects that may require years or decades to complete successfully. As we reflect on these elaborate ceremonial traditions that transform individual achievement into community celebration, consider how ritual recognition shapes both the pursuit of knowledge and the values that guide its application. In the gentle candlelight of this evening's exploration, what role might formal acknowledgement and community celebration play in encouraging the dedication and ethical commitment needed to pursue discoveries that benefit not only their creators, but all those whose lives they might eventually touch? Chapter 10. The Magical Theory of Progressive Magic. Within the deepest chambers of magical understanding lies a profound theoretical framework that seeks to explain how magic itself evolves, adapts, and grows more sophisticated over time. As we delve into the contemplative realm of progressive magical theory this evening, Let us explore the fundamental principles that govern magical advancement, and examine how wizarding scholars have attempted to understand the mysterious forces that drive the continuous evolution of magical practice throughout the ages. Progressive magical theory emerged from centuries of observation that magic does not remain static, but demonstrates a clear tendency toward increasing complexity and sophistication over time. Early magical theorists noticed that spells developed in later periods consistently showed greater efficiency, precision, and power than their ancient counterparts, suggesting that magic itself somehow learns and improves through its interaction with human consciousness. This observation led to the revolutionary hypothesis that magic possesses a form of collective intelligence that grows more sophisticated as more practitioners contribute to its development. The foundational principle of progressive magic rests on the concept of magical accumulation, the idea that each successful spell casting adds infinitesimally to the overall body of magical knowledge contained within the magical field that pervades reality. According to this theory, magic exists as a vast, interconnected network of energy and information that retains patterns from every magical interaction that has ever occurred. Successful spells strengthen certain pathways within this network, making similar magic easier to perform, while failed attempts provide information about magical limitations that helps refine future magical development. Master theorist Cornelius Agrippa developed the first comprehensive mathematical model of progressive magic during the 16th century, proposing that magical development follows predictable patterns that can be expressed through complex arithmetic equations. Agrippa's equations suggested that magical advancement occurs in waves, with periods of rapid innovation followed by consolidation phases, where new techniques become standardized and integrated into mainstream magical practice. His work demonstrated that these cycles could be predicted and potentially influenced through targeted magical research efforts. The theory of magical resonance explains how individual magical practitioners contribute to the progressive development of magic through their personal magical signatures. Each wizard's unique magical signature creates slight variations in how spells are cast and magical energy is channeled, introducing small innovations that can accumulate over generations to produce significant advances in magical technique. This theory suggests that magical diversity strengthens the overall magical field by ensuring that many different approaches to magical problems are explored simultaneously. Progressive magical theory addresses the apparent acceleration of magical innovation in recent centuries by proposing that magical development follows exponential rather than linear patterns. As the number of practicing wizards increases and magical communication improves, the rate at which new magical information is shared and integrated accelerates dramatically. This creates positive feedback loops where each innovation enables faster development of subsequent innovations, leading to periods of rapid magical advancement that seem to compress centuries of development into decades. The principle of magical complementarity suggests that apparently opposing schools of magical thought actually contribute to overall magical progress by exploring different aspects of magical reality. The tension between traditional magical practices and innovative approaches creates a dynamic relationship that drives continued magical development. Neither pure traditionalism nor unrestricted innovation alone can achieve the balanced advancement that characterizes healthy magical progress, requiring ongoing dialogue between conservative and progressive magical philosophies. Collective magical consciousness represents one of the most controversial aspects of progressive magical theory, proposing that all magical practitioners share a subconscious connection that allows magical knowledge to spread through means beyond conventional education and communication. Proponents of this theory point to the phenomenon of simultaneous magical discovery, where multiple researchers working independently arrive at identical innovations at approximately the same time, as evidence for some form of shared magical awareness. Collective magical consciousness represents one of the most controversial aspects of progressive magical theory, proposing that all magical practitioners share a subconscious connection that allows magical knowledge to spread through means beyond conventional education and communication. Proponents of this theory point to the phenomenon of simultaneous magical discovery, where multiple researchers working independently arrive at identical innovations at approximately the same time, as evidence for some form of shared magical awareness. The role of magical intention in progressive theory extends beyond individual spellcasting to encompass the collective intentions of the magical community as a whole. Theorists propose that widely shared magical goals and values influence the direction of magical development, with magic naturally evolving in ways that support the dominant aspirations of magical society. This suggests that ethical considerations play a fundamental role in shaping magical progress, with benevolent intentions fostering beneficial magical development, while harmful intentions may lead to dangerous or destructive magical innovations. Environmental factors affecting magical progression include the influence of natural magical fields, celestial alignments, and geographical magical variations on the rate and direction of magical development. Some regions appear to foster certain types of magical innovation more readily than others, suggesting that local magical conditions can accelerate or inhibit specific forms of magical progress. Understanding these environmental influences allows magical researchers to choose optimal locations for their work, and explains why certain magical traditions develop differently in various parts of the world. The theory of magical entropy addresses the observation that some forms of magic appear to become less effective over time, requiring increasing energy or skill to achieve the same results. Progressive magical theorists propose that this apparent degradation actually represents the exhaustion of particular magical pathways through overuse, forcing magical development toward more sophisticated and efficient alternatives. This process serves as a natural mechanism that prevents magic from becoming stagnant by continuously pushing practitioners toward innovation and improvement. Institutional influences on magical progression include the role of magical schools, research institutions, and professional organizations in shaping the direction of magical development. Progressive theory suggests that these institutions serve as focusing mechanisms that channel collective magical energy toward specific areas of advancement, while providing the stability and continuity necessary for long-term magical research projects. The balance between institutional structure and individual creativity determines how effectively these organizations contribute to overall magical progress. The concept of magical momentum explains how periods of intensive magical development create conditions that sustain continued innovation even after the initial driving forces have dissipated. Once magical progress reaches a certain threshold in a particular area, the accumulated knowledge and improved techniques create self-reinforcing cycles that maintain advancement without external stimulus. This phenomenon explains why some historical periods demonstrate sustained magical innovation across multiple disciplines simultaneously. Cross-cultural magical exchange plays a crucial role in progressive magical theory by introducing novel perspectives and techniques that can catalyze breakthrough innovations. The interaction between different magical traditions creates opportunities for synthesis and hybridization that produce magical advances impossible within any single cultural context. Progressive theorists emphasize the importance of maintaining open communication channels between diverse magical communities to ensure continued cross-pollination of magical ideas. The predictive applications of progressive magical theory allow researchers to identify areas where magical breakthrough may be imminent and to anticipate the types of innovations that may emerge from current research trends. By analyzing patterns of magical development and identifying areas where current techniques approach theoretical limits, progressive theorists can guide research efforts toward the most promising avenues for future advancement. This predictive capability helps magical institutions allocate resources more effectively and avoid redundant research efforts. Technological integration within progressive magical theory addresses how magical advancement interacts with developments in Muggle technology and scientific understanding. Rather than viewing magic and technology as opposing forces, progressive theorists propose that they represent complementary approaches to understanding and manipulating reality. The challenge for magical society lies in integrating beneficial technological concepts while maintaining the essential characteristics that distinguish magical practice from purely mechanical manipulation. The ethics of magical progression raises important questions about the responsibility that comes with understanding and potentially influencing the direction of magical development. Progressive magical theory suggests that conscious effort can accelerate or redirect magical advancement, creating obligations for magical researchers to consider the long-term consequences of their work. The power to shape magical progress carries the responsibility to ensure that advancement serves the benefit of magical society as a whole rather than narrow self-interest. Educational implications of progressive theory include the need to prepare magical students for a future where magical practice may differ significantly from current techniques. Rather than simply teaching existing magical knowledge, educational institutions must foster the creativity, adaptability, and ethical reasoning skills that will allow future magical practitioners to contribute positively to ongoing magical development. This requires fundamental changes in magical pedagogy that emphasize principles over procedures and understanding over memorization. The quantum nature of magical progress suggests that magical advancement occurs through discrete jumps rather than gradual transitions, with individual innovations suddenly revealing entirely new categories of magical possibility. This quantum-like behavior explains why magical breakthrough often seems to emerge suddenly from apparently unrelated research, as accumulated incremental advances reach critical thresholds that trigger fundamental shifts in magical understanding and capability. Contemporary applications of progressive magical theory include its use in strategic planning for magical institutions, optimization of magical research methodologies, and development of frameworks for evaluating the potential impact of proposed magical innovations. Understanding progressive principles allows magical leaders to make more informed decisions about resource allocation and research priorities, while maintaining awareness of the broader implications of their choices for the future of magical society. The sustainability aspects of magical progression address concerns about whether current rates of magical development can be maintained indefinitely without exhausting the fundamental resources that support magical practice. Progressive theorists debate whether magic represents a finite resource that could be depleted through overuse, or an infinite wellspring that grows stronger through increased utilization. This question has profound implications for policies governing magical education, research, and practice. As we contemplate these deep theoretical frameworks that attempt to explain how magic itself learns and grows through its interaction with conscious beings, consider how understanding these patterns might influence not only magical practice, but any field where knowledge builds upon itself across generations. In the quiet wisdom of this evening's exploration, what aspects of progressive magical theory might offer insights into how human understanding advances in any domain where each generation stands upon the shoulders of those who came before? Chapter 11. The Ancient Magic of Cypriot Wizards. On a jeweled island where ancient civilizations once flourished beneath the Mediterranean sun, where myth and reality intertwined like olive branches in the warm coastal breeze, the magical practitioners of Cyprus developed a unique synthesis of Eastern and Western magical traditions that would influence the entire magical world. As we drift into the peaceful contemplation of this evening, let us explore the remarkable magical heritage of Cyprus, where wizards learned to harness the power of copper and sea salt, creating spells that bridged cultures and magical philosophies in ways that continue to enrich magical practice today. The magical history of Cyprus begins in the mists of antiquity, when the island served as a crossroads between the magical traditions of Europe, Asia, and Africa. Ancient Cypriot wizards were among the first to systematically study the magical properties of metal, particularly the copper for which their island was renowned throughout the ancient world. The unique geological composition of Cyprus, rich in copper deposits and mineral springs, created conditions that enhanced certain types of magic, while requiring innovative adaptations of traditional magical techniques. The Copper Codex, one of the most important magical texts ever discovered, was created by Cypriot wizards around 300 BCE and remains the definitive guide to metallurgical magic. This remarkable document, inscribed on sheets of magically treated copper, describes techniques for infusing metals with magical properties that far exceed those achievable through conventional enchantment methods. The codex reveals that Cypriot wizards understood metal not merely as a material for magical tools, but as a living substance capable of storing, channeling, and amplifying magical energy in sophisticated ways. The development of sea magic in ancient Cyprus emerged from the island's position surrounded by the magical currents of the Mediterranean Sea. Cypriot sea wizards developed techniques for drawing magical energy directly from ocean waters, creating spells that could influence weather patterns, enhance maritime navigation, and provide protection for seafaring vessels. These innovations proved particularly valuable for the magical communities that depended on sea trade for contact with the broader wizarding world. The sanctuary of Aphrodite at Paphos served as more than a religious site. It functioned as a major center of magical learning, where wizards from across the Mediterranean world came to study the unique magical techniques developed by Cypriot practitioners. The sanctuary's magical schools taught the integration of Greek, Persian, Egyptian, and indigenous Cypriot magical traditions, creating a cosmopolitan magical education that produced some of history's most versatile and knowledgeable magical practitioners. Cypriot love magic achieved legendary status throughout the ancient magical world, with practitioners developing sophisticated techniques for influencing emotions and relationships that went far beyond simple attraction spells. These magical arts emphasized the ethical use of emotional magic, with strict codes governing when and how such techniques could be employed. The Cypriot approach to love magic focused on revealing and enhancing existing connections rather than creating artificial attachments, establishing ethical principles that continue to guide emotional magic practice today. The copper wands created by Cypriot wand makers possessed unique properties that made them particularly effective for certain types of magical work. Unlike wands made from organic materials, copper wands could conduct magical energy with minimal loss, making them ideal for precise spell work requiring sustained magical output. However, these wands required special handling techniques, as copper's high magical conductivity could overwhelm inexperienced users or cause magical feedback in improperly cast spells. Agricultural magic in ancient Cyprus developed unique characteristics due to the island's challenging growing conditions and diverse crop requirements. Cypriot agricultural wizards pioneered techniques for magical soil enhancement that could transform rocky, mineral-poor ground into fertile agricultural land. Their innovations in magical irrigation systems used a combination of water magic and earth magic to create self-sustaining agricultural systems that could flourish even during extended drought periods. The magical properties of Cypriot wine became renowned throughout the ancient world, with vintners developing techniques for enhancing the natural magical properties of grapes through careful cultivation and magical fermentation processes. These magical wines possessed restorative properties that could accelerate healing, enhance magical abilities temporarily, and provide protection against certain types of dark magic. The techniques for creating these magical beverages remained closely guarded secrets passed down through generations of Cypriot vintner families. Diplomatic magic reached sophisticated heights in ancient Cyprus, as the island's position made it a natural meeting place for magical practitioners from different cultures and traditions. Cypriot diplomats developed magical techniques for facilitating communication between wizards who spoke different languages and practiced different forms of magic. These innovations included translation spells that could convey not only literal meaning, but also cultural context and emotional subtleties. The Cypriot school of harmonic magic emerged from the observation that certain magical techniques worked more effectively when multiple practitioners coordinated their efforts in precisely timed sequences. This collaborative approach to magic required extensive training in magical timing and coordination, producing wizards who could work together to achieve magical effects impossible for individual practitioners. Harmonic magic techniques influenced the development of group spellcasting throughout the Mediterranean magical world. Architectural magic in ancient Cyprus created buildings that could adapt to changing environmental conditions while maintaining optimal comfort for their inhabitants. Cypriot magical architects developed techniques for creating structures that could remain cool during hot summers and warm during cool winters, without requiring ongoing magical maintenance. These self-regulating buildings used a combination of earth magic and air magic to create natural climate control systems. The study of magical astronomy flourished in Cyprus due to the island's clear skies and strategic location for observing both northern and southern celestial phenomena. Cypriot astronomers developed star charts that incorporated magical as well as astronomical information, creating navigation aids that could guide both physical and magical travel. Their observations of planetary magical influences contributed significantly to the development of astrological magic throughout the ancient world. Cypriot healing magic integrated techniques from multiple medical traditions, creating holistic approaches to magical medicine that addressed physical, emotional, and spiritual aspects of illness simultaneously. The island's natural hot springs and mineral deposits provided raw materials for therapeutic magic that could treat conditions resistant to conventional magical healing. Cypriot healers became renowned for their ability to treat complex magical ailments that required understanding of multiple healing traditions. The development of preservation magic in Cyprus emerged from the need to protect valuable magical materials from the island's humid climate and frequent seismic activity. Cypriot preservation specialists created techniques for maintaining magical artifacts, texts, and ingredients in perfect condition despite environmental challenges. These innovations proved particularly valuable for preserving magical knowledge during periods of political instability and cultural disruption. Trade magic in ancient Cyprus focused on facilitating fair and honest commercial transactions while protecting merchants from fraud and magical deception. Cypriot commercial wizards developed spells that could verify the authenticity of goods, ensure accurate weights and measures, and detect attempts at magical manipulation during negotiations. These techniques contributed to Cyprus's reputation as a trusted center for international magical commerce. The integration of religious and magical practices in ancient Cyprus created unique approaches to ceremonial magic that honored both traditional deities and the fundamental forces underlying magical reality. Cypriot ceremonial wizards developed rituals that could channel divine energy to enhance magical workings while maintaining respect for religious traditions. These synthetic approaches influenced the development of ceremonial magic throughout the Mediterranean region. Military magic in Cyprus emphasized defensive techniques and protective strategies rather than offensive applications, reflecting the island's position as a crossroads that benefited from peace and stability. Cypriot military wizards developed sophisticated protective ward systems that could defend against multiple types of magical attack while remaining undetectable to potential aggressors. These defensive innovations were widely adopted by magical communities throughout the region. The role of women in Cypriot magical society was notably egalitarian compared to other ancient magical cultures, with female wizards achieving positions of leadership and respect in all areas of magical practice. The influence of goddess-centered religious traditions supported the recognition of female magical practitioners as equals to their male counterparts, creating educational and professional opportunities that were rare in other parts of the ancient magical world. Maritime magical traditions in Cyprus included techniques for magical communication across long distances at sea, weather magic for ensuring favorable sailing conditions, and protective spells for safeguarding vessels and crew during dangerous voyages. Cypriot maritime wizards developed magical navigation instruments that could function accurately even when conventional methods failed, making them highly sought after by magical merchants and explorers throughout the Mediterranean. The legacy of ancient Cypriot magic extends far beyond the island's shores, with innovations developed by Cypriot wizards continuing to influence magical practice in the modern world. Techniques for working with metals, approaches to collaborative magic, and methods for integrating diverse magical traditions all trace their origins to the innovative work of ancient Cypriot magical practitioners. Contemporary magical researchers continue to study Cypriot magical texts and artifacts, finding new applications for ancient techniques in modern magical practice. Archaeological magical sites throughout Cyprus continue to reveal new information about ancient magical practices, with ongoing excavations uncovering magical artifacts, workshop remains, and ritual sites that provide insights into daily life in ancient magical communities. These discoveries help modern wizards understand how ancient magical knowledge was developed, preserved, and transmitted across generations, offering lessons for contemporary magical education and research. The influence of Cypriot magic on international magical law reflects the island's historical role as a center for diplomatic and commercial interaction between different magical cultures. Legal principles developed for resolving disputes between wizards from different traditions continue to influence international magical jurisprudence, while commercial magical practices pioneered in Cyprus provide models for contemporary magical trade regulations. As the gentle waves of the Mediterranean lap against the shores of this magical island, carrying with them the echoes of ancient wisdom and cross-cultural understanding, consider how the Cypriot approach to synthesizing diverse magical traditions might offer guidance for navigating the complexities of our own multicultural world. In the warm starlight that has watched over this crossroads of civilizations for millennia, what lessons might the collaborative and integrative spirit of ancient Cypriot magic offer for building bridges between different communities and traditions in our own time? Chapter 12. The Historical Development of Magical Invention. As our journey through the mystical realms of magical innovation draws to its gentle conclusion, we turn our attention to the grand tapestry of magical invention that has transformed the wizarding world from its earliest beginnings to the sophisticated magical society we know today. In the peaceful contemplation of this final evening exploration, let us trace the remarkable evolution of magical creativity, examining how individual sparks of inspiration have grown into the blazing constellation of magical achievements that illuminate our understanding of what magic can accomplish when guided by human ingenuity and dedication. The earliest magical inventions emerged from humanity's fundamental need to survive and thrive in a world where magical forces operated beyond their understanding or control. Ancient wizards developed the first magical tools, not through systematic research but through desperate necessity, creating simple protective charms, basic healing potions, and rudimentary divination techniques that could provide warning of dangers. These primitive inventions laid the foundation for all subsequent magical development, establishing the fundamental principle that magic could be harnessed and directed through human will and understanding. The invention of systematic spell notation represents one of the most crucial developments in magical history, transforming magic from an oral tradition dependent on personal memory to a documented science that could be preserved, studied, and improved across generations. Early magical scribes developed standardized symbols for recording magical gestures, incantations, and energy patterns, creating the first magical text that could reliably transmit complex magical knowledge. This innovation accelerated the pace of magical development by allowing inventors to build upon previous work, rather than rediscovering fundamental principles repeatedly. The development of magical measurement systems emerged from the need to quantify magical forces and predict the outcomes of magical procedures with greater accuracy. Ancient magical mathematicians created units for measuring magical energy, temporal displacement, dimensional variance, and other phenomena that had previously been understood only in subjective terms. These measurement systems enabled more precise magical experimentation and laid the groundwork for the arithmetic principles that govern advanced magical invention. The invention of magical containers capable of safely storing dangerous or volatile magical substances revolutionized potion making and magical research. Early magical inventors developed techniques for creating vessels that could contain magical forces without being destroyed or corrupted by their contents. These innovations made possible the preservation of rare magical ingredients, the preparation of complex potions requiring extended brewing times, and the safe storage of experimental magical substances during research and development. The creation of the first magical transportation networks transformed wizarding society by enabling rapid communication and travel between distant magical communities. The invention of flu networks required breakthrough innovations in spatial magic, fire magic, and magical infrastructure that had never been attempted on such a large scale. The success of these early transportation systems inspired further innovations in magical travel and communication that continue to evolve today. Magical invention has followed a particularly fascinating trajectory, driven by the urgent human need to alleviate suffering and extend life. Early magical healers developed techniques for accelerating natural healing processes, but the invention of spells that could actually reverse damage and cure previously incurable conditions required fundamental advances in understanding how magic interacts with biological systems. The development of magical diagnostic tools that could detect ailments invisible to conventional examination revolutionized magical medicine and opened new possibilities for preventive care. The invention of self-regulating magical systems represents a major milestone in magical engineering, requiring innovations that allowed magical devices to operate autonomously while maintaining safety and effectiveness. Early examples included self-stirring cauldrons and self-warming clothing, but the principles developed for these simple devices eventually enabled the creation of complex magical infrastructure systems that could operate entire magical communities with minimal direct intervention. Agricultural magical inventions transformed how magical communities fed themselves and managed their natural resources. The development of magical growing techniques that could accelerate plant growth, enhance crop yields, and protect against magical pests allowed magical populations to grow and flourish in environments that would otherwise be unable to support them. These innovations also led to the cultivation of magical plants, with enhanced properties that became essential ingredients for advanced potions and spells. The invention of magical communication systems beyond simple message-sending spells required breakthrough innovations in magical signal transmission and reception. The development of magical mirrors that could provide visual communication across great distances required advances in optical magic, divination techniques, and magical energy amplification that pushed the boundaries of what was considered possible. These communication innovations transformed magical diplomacy, commerce, and education. Defensive magical inventions have often emerged in response to new forms of magical attack, creating an ongoing cycle of innovation as protective techniques evolve to counter increasingly sophisticated threats. The invention of layered ward systems that could provide multiple types of protection simultaneously required advances in magical coordination and energy management that influenced many other areas of magical invention. These defensive innovations often found peaceful applications in magical construction, environmental protection, and personal safety. The development of magical automation represents one of the most significant trends in recent magical invention, with creators developing magical systems that can perform complex tasks without direct human oversight. These innovations range from simple household magical devices to sophisticated magical manufacturing systems that can produce enchanted items consistently and efficiently. The principles underlying magical automation continue to influence contemporary magical invention across multiple disciplines. Educational magical inventions have transformed how magical knowledge is transmitted from one generation to the next. The development of interactive magical texts that can demonstrate techniques visually, provide personalized instruction, and adapt to individual learning styles has revolutionized magical education. The invention of magical simulation systems that allow students to practice dangerous or expensive magical procedures safely has expanded the scope of what can be taught effectively in magical schools. Environmental magical inventions address the growing recognition that magical activities can have significant impacts on the natural world. Inventors have developed magical techniques for cleaning up environmental damage, protecting endangered magical ecosystems, and creating sustainable magical practices that support rather than exploit natural resources. These innovations reflect a growing awareness of the responsibility that comes with magical power and knowledge. The invention of magical preservation systems has enabled the protection of magical knowledge, artifacts, and specimens for future generations. Advanced preservation techniques can maintain magical objects in perfect condition for centuries, ensuring that important magical heritage remains accessible to future magical practitioners. These innovations have particular importance for maintaining magical libraries, museums, and research collections that serve the entire magical community. Commercial magical inventions have created entire industries devoted to producing magical goods and services for the broader wizarding community. The development of magical manufacturing techniques that can produce consistent, high-quality magical products has enabled the growth of magical businesses that serve markets far beyond their local communities. These commercial innovations have improved the quality of life for magical practitioners while creating economic opportunities that support magical research and development. Security magical inventions address the unique challenges of protecting magical communities and resources from both magical and mundane threats. The development of magical identification systems, intrusion detection networks, and emergency response procedures has enhanced the safety and security of magical institutions and communities. These innovations often require integration of multiple magical disciplines and careful coordination with non-magical security systems. The invention of magical energy storage and distribution systems has enabled the development of magical infrastructure that can serve entire communities efficiently and reliably. These systems can store magical energy generated during periods of abundance and distribute it during times of high demand, creating more stable and predictable magical power supplies. The development of these energy systems has enabled other innovations that require consistent, reliable magical power sources. Research magical inventions have transformed how magical knowledge is discovered and developed. The creation of magical instruments that can detect and measure previously unobservable magical phenomena has opened new areas of magical research and enabled more precise experimental techniques. The development of magical research methodologies that can test magical theories more rigorously has improved the reliability and reproducibility of magical research results. International cooperation in magical invention has become increasingly important as magical challenges transcend national boundaries and cultural divisions. Collaborative invention projects that bring together magical practitioners from different traditions and cultures often produce innovations that would be impossible for any single magical community to achieve alone. These international partnerships require diplomatic innovations as well as technical ones to ensure effective collaboration. The democratization of magical invention through improved magical education and communication has enabled more magical practitioners to contribute to magical advancement. The development of tools and techniques that make magical invention more accessible to individual practitioners has increased the diversity of perspectives and approaches brought to magical problems. This broader participation has led to innovations emerging from unexpected sources throughout magical society. Contemporary trends in magical invention emphasize sustainability, ethical responsibility, and integration with the broader magical community's values and needs. Modern magical inventors increasingly consider the long-term implications of their work and design innovations that support rather than compromise the welfare of magical society as a whole. This ethical approach to magical invention reflects the growing maturity of magical society and its recognition of the responsibilities that accompany magical power. The future of magical invention appears to lie in increasingly sophisticated integration of multiple magical disciplines, collaboration between diverse magical communities, and careful attention to the ethical implications of magical advancement. As magical society becomes more complex and interconnected, the challenges requiring innovative solutions become correspondingly sophisticated, creating opportunities for magical advancement that previous generations could never have imagined. As we reach the end of our exploration of magical innovation and its remarkable history, surrounded by the gentle wisdom accumulated through centuries of magical creativity and dedication, consider how the spirit of invention that has driven magical advancement might inspire innovation and progress in any field where human creativity meets human need. In the quiet reflection of this final evening, what aspects of the magical approach to invention, its emphasis on collaboration, ethical responsibility, and service to community welfare, might offer guidance for directing our own creative energies toward purposes that honor both our individual potential and our shared humanity.